Here.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah. Give up on my way home, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Wouldn't it be crazy? But you still amaze me. Give up on my way home, yeah.
This is the move.
For those who
The San Antonio Spurs desperately want what the Chicago Bulls now... His added spark has rekindled the Spurs' competitive spirits. For veteran Bulls coach Phil Jackson, three-peating is a heavy burden. While the superstar talent is still in place, their once dominating play has been lacking. And so today's is a benchmark game to measure just how far the Spurs have come in their rise to glory and just how badly the Bulls want to stay on top.
This is the NBA on NBC. Today, it's the Chicago Bulls versus the San Antonio Spurs.
This the 83rd consecutive sellout of the Hemisphere Arena in San Antonio, and this building is rocking for the red-hot Spurs, who have won 8 in a row. San Antonio now 23-13, game and a half behind Utah in the Midwest Division, while the defending NBA champion Chicago Bulls are 27-12. They lead the Central Division by 3.5 over Cleveland. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert, along with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello. We welcome you to the NBA Game of the Week. And for the Chicago Bulls, although they still have the 4th best record in the NBA, they are right there among the elite teams. Things a bit different from what took place a year ago.
Well, 4th best record overall, but already 6 losses at home, more than all of last season at home when they were 36-5. Now, on the road, the 12-6 record, Phil Jackson, we're actually a better road team right now than we are a home team. There are reasons for their problems. The pressure defense is not the same as it has been the past 2 seasons. It's an aging Chicago team. In fact, in the second night of the last 4 back-to-back games, they are 0-4 on the second night. Now, the good news for this team, in statement games against the NBA elite teams, they are 6-2. So it does show that they do have the ability to focus and take their game to the next level when necessary.
Now, Mike, the San Antonio Spurs have turned dramatically since John Lucas took over from Jerry Tarkanian. Suddenly, the Spurs, a serious contender. How has Lucas turned the trick?
Well, the most obvious thing that jumps out at you is the record is different. Under Jerry Tarkanian, the Spurs team was 9-11. Under John Lucas, they've won 13 out of 15, 8 straight. Now, some of the statistical categories are an improvement, more points scored and defensive field goal percentage and down. But the big reason for the turnaround are the 4 C's that John Lucas has come in and employed. Number 1, he felt this team would have to work on conditioning if they were to be a better transition team. Number 2, he worked on the character of this basketball team. 3, the confidence level is way up. He put Avery Johnson in at the starting point guard spot, told Dale Ellis, you're my main man at the big guard position. And then the last thing, there's a lot of touching, a lot of hugging, a lot of good feelings. The camaraderie is much different. So today you'll see an exciting brand of basketball, an excited basketball team.
And all this leads up to San Antonio gunning for a franchise record 9th straight win. Now, as always, joining us on the sidelines on the NBA Game of the Week is Ahmad Rashad. Let's go over to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Marv. As always, I made my customary visit to the locker room. And in the San Antonio locker room, it was maybe one of the loosest locker rooms that I've ever been in. You could see on the players' faces that they're not only excited about playing this game today, but they're also excited about playing basketball, and that's due to John Lucas. Now, on the other side, in the Chicago Bulls locker room, it was sort of loose, but a lot of people are asking what's wrong with the Chicago Bulls. As I talked to the Chicago Bulls players, they didn't have that attitude at all. Their attitude was, we're not chasing anyone. They're all chasing us. Marv?
All right, Ahmad, and we are delighted to pay a visit to Mr. Robinson's neighborhood on this Sunday afternoon, a neighborhood that has not been friendly to the opposition in recent weeks. Beautiful 46-degree day in San Antonio, and indoors, better than 16,000 have turned out for the Spurs and the Bulls. A look at the starting lineups. First for the Bulls, Michael Jordan and John Paxson open in the backcourt. Horace Grant, Scottie Pippen up front, and Bill Cartwright at center. The coach of the Chicago Bulls, Phil Jackson, 3 years as head coach. This is fourth. The end result, 2 championships and a trip to the 7th game of the conference finals. For the San Antonio Spurs, Dale Ellis and Avery Johnson at the guards. Johnson has been a surprise, has played very well. Antoine Carr, Sean Elliott up front, and the center, the Admiral, David Robinson. And there is John Lucas. Took over on the 18th of December. And since then, the Spurs have won 13 and lost 2. Assistant coach Rex Hughes coached the Spurs for 1 game following the departure of Jerry Tarkanian, and the Spurs did win that game, so they have actually won 14 of their last 16.
I mentioned to Rex Hughes he should retire right now, the only undefeated coach in the history of the NBA.
Well, did have some time last year with Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Czar. I know Sacramento fans will be very upset, but it was a good line.
I was trying for Rex.
The officials, Ed T. Rush, Steve Javy, and Nolan Fine as the Bulls control the tip. Friday night in Chicago, they were beaten by Charlotte, 105-97. 6th home loss. They dropped only 5 at home last season. Michael Jordan. The tip missed, and it's handled by Antoine Carr. Avery Johnson puts the speed on, goes all the way, and he's called for the offensive foul.
One thing that John Lucas wants Avery Johnson to do is push the basketball in transition on makes, on misses. If he gets in the lane, then it's easy for him to kick out the shooters like Dale Ellis. That time he got a little bit too deep, nowhere to go, used the arm to push off.
This is the first of 2 meetings this season between these clubs. They'll meet again in Chicago in early March. San Antonio has won 3 straight against the Bulls here on their home court.
You see Chicago going to a pick and roll between Pippen and Jordan as Grant. The jumper. The reason for the pick and roll is to force the switch. They wanted Dale Ellis guarding Michael Jordan, not Sean Elliott. They got it by playing pick and roll with the 2 and 3 position. Big guard, small forward.
Robinson, played by Grant, rebounded by Cartwright. Minute gone by with no score. Pippen to the crossover and lost it off his foot.
And you can see, again, that time Pippen had Dale Ellis on him, so he tried to take him one-on-one. Obviously, Chicago feels the weak point defensively is Dale Ellis.
Now the Spurs played here on Friday night and beat Detroit 123-109. David Robinson with the game's first field goal. Pistons have lost 5 in a row playing without Dennis Rodman.
They play hard, they stay close in most of the games, but just don't have enough right now.
John Paxson off the mark. And here comes Johnson. Elliott with the step and the bucket. Sean Elliott going around Michael Jordan. Spurs 4 and the Bulls nothing. Bulls have missed their first 3 attempts. Make it 0 for 4. Last touch by Pippen.
Well, many people liken Sean Elliott to Scottie Pippen because he has the ability not only to make shots, but put it on the floor, take it to the basket, and then with his size, able to elevate over players.
Today is the finale of 4 straight home games for San Antonio. Spurs in a stretch playing 8 of the next 10 at home. Jordan picked up on the switch by Robinson. Here's Paxson with the open shot. So the Spurs with a 4-2 lead. John Paxson telling us last night he still doesn't feel right. Coming off the knee surgery, thought he was okay some 2-3 weeks ago, but again he's having problems.
The whole thing is the lift in the legs. Shooters know they need their legs. Jordan has struggled in third and fourth quarters recently as Antoine Carr knocks it out from the top of the circle. Paxson, the shooter, needs his legs. He has not had the strength there this season.
San Antonio 6 and Chicago 2. Grant got the step but was met by Robinson. Here's Avery Johnson putting the move on Paxson and the foul.
The steal comes as a result of Grant getting up in the air, nowhere to go, just tries to toss it out back. Instead, Johnson's in the right spot. The nice crossover on Paxson and the follow-through with concentration, the conversion at the end. That's the big thing. Do you convert when you get to the rim?
And Mike, this is a ball club that was desperately looking for a point guard. Jerry Tarkanian not pleased about the position. David Robinson convinced Tarkanian to sign Avery Johnson, and Johnson, one of the key factors to the good play by San Antonio.
Well, David Robinson had felt that a year ago they played very well when Avery Johnson was part of the team. He went to Houston last season, played very well there. He just wanted him back because he felt comfortable with Avery Johnson. He's done an outstanding job in the starting guard.
Michael Jordan firing one up. Spurs 9 and the Bulls 2. Here is Dale Ellis. Carr trying to keep it alive. Cartwright got to it. Pippen recovers. Pippen rejected by Robinson. Grant able to put it home.
As the game goes on, you will be amazed at the ground that David Robinson can cover. Guard one player, yet leave him and go over and block a shot on another man. He covers so much territory in the paint, in the lane area.
Antoine Carr banking with Bill Cartwright. So the Bulls to the offense, trailing 9-4. One-time San Antonio Spur. John Paxson hits the 3. John Paxson, a #1 draft pick of the Spurs, played here for 2 years, then signed with the Bulls as a free agent.
Paxson mentioned yesterday, I really don't want to come out of the starting lineup and ruin our rotations and the chemistry that we have as a team. I know they need me in the starting lineup. I want to stay there even with the bad knee.
Sean Elliott extending to an 11-7 Spur advantage. 4.5 gone by. Pippen. Carr got the good position on Cartwright. Avery Johnson fires down at David Rand.
That's one of the things that David felt he could do on Bill Cartwright is take off and run the floor occasionally, look for the long lead passes.
Oh, they love it here at the Hemisphere. John Lucas out to center court to greet his club as the Bulls take the timeout.
Bill Cartwright, the man that's supposed to guard him, is here, and Cartwright decides to go after an offensive rebound. That's a no-no because Robinson decides to take off and run the floor, calls for it with the lead hand. Avery Johnson puts it on the money, and the conversion for David Robinson.
And the Bulls shooting only 3 for 10 here at the start. The Spurs have opened up by hitting 6 out of their first 9. The Bulls, a club that shot 51% from the field last year. That was tops in the NBA. And their shooting has been down this season. They're 47%. That is 13th in the NBA.
One of the reasons they haven't generated the easy scores from their pressure, trapping, extended defense, they haven't been able to go to it as much because of injuries and the conditioning factor.
Here is Jordan. Oh, what a move by Jordan. Carr appeared to stop him, and Jordan was able to hang and drill it home.
Almost appeared to get a piece of that basketball, and he made it on the way down.
First field goal for Michael Jordan. who comes in averaging 32.5 per game, leading the league in scoring once again. Robinson being played by Grant. 6.5 remaining in this first quarter. Marv Albert with Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad from San Antonio, Texas. First of our NBA doubleheader day. Utah and Portland coming up later on. Johnson trying to save it. It goes back to Chicago.
A moment ago, after the timeout, you want to give the ball to a player that can get you a score. Well, Jordan goes up, comes down, still able to concentrate with Antoine Carr switching out. This shot comes over and under a 6'8" player who can really block shots in Antoine Carr.
Here's Pippen with the shot clock running down. He had to fire it up. Cartwright able to maintain possession. Grant played by Carr. Now Pippen goes to the drive around Ellis. Robinson with the rebound. Spurs on the run. Bulls get back. Johnson finding Carr. Spurs 15, the Bulls 9.
Antoine Carr, David Robinson reverse roles that time. Robinson got the rebound, kicked it out. Antoine Carr got the first trailer spot down the middle of the floor.
There's Grant trying to go to his left. Jordan with a reverse. And Sean Elliott, who handles the ball very well, although he goes 6'8", 215 pounds. Ellis for three. Dale Ellis, the NBA's all-time three-point field goal leader. Now, 2 3-pointers in front of Michael Adams of the Bullets.
They only run about 2 plays for Dale Ellis. One is a triple screen along the baseline and another slice cut from the top of the circle. He has to get his in transition and spotting up after double teams.
And Scottie Pippen, after missing his first 4 attempts, able to hit the Spurs lead 18-11. Now here's pressure by Chicago. They try to trap. Ellis is wide open again. This 2-point range.
I'm not sure that Chicago knew exactly what they were trying to get into. One guy you don't leave open for standstill jumpers and challenge him is Dale Ellis.
Cartwright. Well, Bill Cartwright, who's been struggling, a 1 for 8 Friday night in the loss to Charlotte. Only 5 for his last 23, able to hit on his first attempt. Spurs 20, the Bulls 13. Pippen deflecting it out. Now B.J. Armstrong, who has been effective off the bench recently, will come on for John Paxson.
Let's look back a moment ago. A double team in the backcourt by Chicago. 3 other players trying to decide where their positions are supposed to be. And the result is you have a wide open Dale Ellis in the corner. No one there to match up or rotate to him.
Now Armstrong is guarding Johnson. Here's Ellis on the drive. And tipped home by Robinson. That's his 3rd field goal. He's controlling both boards, though. David Robinson with a good start. And San Antonio leads 22-13. Just under 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Cartwright with the fake. And Grant shoots. Rebound Elliott. Back comes Pippen. Look to accelerate. Baseline was closed, though, by Ellis. Cartwright. Fires one hard off glass. Elliott putting the move on Jordan. Gives it up to Johnson.
Some people had questions whether or not Avery Johnson could give you enough offense, but with the other 4 players on the starting unit, there are only so many shots to go around. You need someone who's willing to give it up.
As he just did, and picks up another assist. 7 points for Ellis. 11-point lead for San Antonio. Jordan works his way in and draws the foul. Beautiful move by Michael Jordan. Antoine Carr is called for the foul. Timeout is taken by the Spurs. Memorable moment from the Summer Olympics last year in Barcelona's Gail Devers experienced both the triumph and the disappointment of Olympic competition. Well, this is a San Antonio team that has severely changed its look from a year ago. Of the 12 players on San Antonio's playoff roster last season, only 3 currently on the active roster. Look at the difference in the starting lineup from last season. Terry Cummings, Willie Anderson sidelined by injury, although Anderson is back in uniform, but that's certainly a major change. How about the look of the bench from a year ago?
It's a completely new bench. Carr has now moved into the starting lineup, and they brought in a lot of new people, made some changes, and did it in a way that a lot of people didn't realize how many changes really had gone on in San Antonio. A little bit of credit due to Bob Bass, their general manager.
Michael Jordan to the free throw line, 85% foul shooter. Earlier we touched on the fact that the Bulls' field goal percentage was off. Free throws also have been very bad for Chicago this year. 72% from the line as a team. That's tied for 22nd in the league.
I talked to a couple of players about it prior to the game. Their feeling was that it's just a matter of confidence. They're not concentrating and they've lost their confidence. Ellis wide open again as they attack the pressure by Chicago. Talking to the coaches, they feel that maybe just the wrong guys are shooting free throws.
Michael Jordan cuts it to a 7-point San Antonio lead. Jordan has 6.
Up to that point, Jordan and Pippen combined were shooting just 2 for 10 for Chicago.
Yes, Pippen 1 out of 5, and Jordan now 2 for 6. Robinson wide open and nearly blew it. He's shaking his head.
A little bit of confusion that time with Scottie Pippen and B.J. Armstrong double teaming the basketball. Who's going to rotate to David Robinson? That's what they're going to straighten out.
Spurs 26, the Bulls 17. Carr foul. The outside official, Nolan Fine, with the call. That's 2 on Carr, and J.R. Reed will come on. So Anton Carr departs with 4 points. J.R. Reed, as we mentioned on the pregame show, playing with a pulled muscle in his lower back. He has played well. He comes off a good one Friday against Detroit, 16 points. 5 out of 8 shooting, acquired from Charlotte in the deal for Sidney Green, plus an exchange of a couple of draft picks.
He's so important because David Robinson likes to step out occasionally, face up, and shoot the basketball. When you take Carr out of the game, you lose your main post-up guy, or a guy who really operates well down there. Bringing in J.R. Reed, you almost get the exact same thing.
Again, the Bulls going with some pressure. Scott Williams on the floor for the first time. He's replaced Bill Cartwright. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this opening quarter. San Antonio leads by 7. Elliott with the move on Pippen. Rejected by Grant. Sean Elliott with a gorgeous move, but he was rebuffed.
There are times that John Lucas has played Sean Elliott as the point guard, puts him out in front at the top of the circle, and lets him break his man down off the dribble. So it shows you how talented this young man is.
Reed got it away with 1 on the 24. Avery Johnson on the recovery. The Spurs are on every loose ball here in the early going. 3-second violation called against San Antonio.
And there's quite a battle going on down low between Scott Williams and J.R. Reed. Reed fighting for that low post position. Scott Williams trying to keep him off the block down there. They front him, they take away the entry pass. The 3 seconds is called.
Now Scottie Pippen handling the ball. Finding Scott Williams. Jordan with a triple pump move. Played very well on that sequence by Sean Elliott.
And Elliott went past his head and made him change the shot.
Ellis rejected by Jordan. San Antonio looking for a goaltend. They do not get it. Here's Armstrong. Back come the Spurs. Johnson for Ellis. San Antonio leads 28-19.
John Lucas still complaining that they should have had 2 layups with fast break before that. He thinks Michael Jordan took off the glass.
This first quarter symbolic of what John Lucas has brought to this club as Jordan is able to get the roll, and it's a 7-point San Antonio lead. Spurs playing with such high energy here at the start. And Williams fouled. There's a loose ball foul hit by Elliott.
You see the up and down pace by the Spurs. One of his C's, the conditioning factor there. Is the ball on the glass, or does Michael take it to the glass? To me, it looks like it's on the glass and then take it off. It should have been a goaltending call.
Reacting to that loose ball foul called on Sean Elliott. Jordan for three. Rebounded by Robinson. Bulls have gone to the three-point shot more frequently, and they have succeeded. They lead in three-point percentage. Out of 10 seconds left in the quarter. Grant jumping out on Johnson. They try to trap him. Shot clock at 3, and a foul is called.
They decided they were going to jump the basketball hard and not give Avery Johnson a good look back to David Robinson, who had set the screen out at the top of the circle. And keep in mind that David Robinson has a special play set up for him to shoot a three-pointer that John Lucas has put in. In fact, he nailed 2 threes a couple games ago.
Armstrong on the foul. 5 seconds to go in the quarter. Here's Johnson. The tip by Ellis. 11 points for Ellis. Jordan fires. And that is the end of the first quarter. The crowd responding. David Robinson and the San Antonio Spurs with a good start after 1 here in San Antonio. It's the Spurs 30 and the Chicago Bulls 21.
Arena here in San Antonio, Texas. I'm Ahmad Rashad. Now, most people think that Bill Clinton is the only famous amateur saxophone player. That's not the case. Here you see David Robinson jamming on a rooftop in Barcelona last summer with the world-renowned musician Branford Marsalis. Now, Marv, if you listen closely, you can tell that they're playing a jazzy version of Summertime, but you got to listen close. Marv?
Yes, the Czar pointed that out to me earlier. David Robinson showing his other talents on the court. He has been on a tear as of late. Last 5 games, averaging 29 a game, shooting 52% from the floor.
And you had mentioned earlier that he was out shooting prior to the game. There was a stretch about 2 weeks ago where he was getting treatment on his knee that had been bothering him. He did not come out for 3 games and shoot. Had very poor shooting nights. He said, the other players on the team told me, I got to get out there and start shooting again. So he's back out before each game shooting. He's been on a tear lately.
Second quarter is underway. The Spurs lead by 9. They were 14 for 26 in the first quarter. Bulls only 8 of 24. And Elliott was fouled. John Lucas giving him the nod to take it to the hoop. And he drew the foul on Jordan.
The isolation one-on-one by putting Sean Elliott out at the top. They make Michael Jordan work hard at the defensive end. He also works very hard at the offensive end for Chicago.
Vinny Del Negro handling the ball. He just checked in. He's guarded by B.J. Armstrong. This is J.R. Reed posting up on Scott Williams. J.R. Reed in his 4th NBA season out of North Carolina. A disappointment with the Charlotte Hornets, but has played well here for San Antonio. 11-point Spur lead. Jordan to the crossover and the reverse. Michael Jordan cuts it to a 32-23 San Antonio advantage.
We had mentioned conditioning earlier in that first quarter. 13 fast break points for San Antonio, only 2 for Chicago.
Michael Jordan now has 12 points. Elbow thrown by Scott Williams and a foul call.
I don't think Jordan didn't have on his mind the foul called at the other end against Sean Elliott. A little payback time for Michael Jordan with the crossover through the leg move and then taking it and bringing it back under the rim.
Allegro for Ellis. Ellis had the hot hand. 11 points in the first quarter. Oh, nice spin by Reed with the head fake on Williams.
Those are all the moves that coaches work on in practice prior to the game. The back to the basket moves with their big people, and it certainly makes everyone feel good when it pays off with a basket like that.
Foul is called on Grant.
Many coaches have labeled this the Olajuwon move, the quick move to the baseline after looking middle, where you catch your defensive player leaning a little bit too hard on the top side. Give credit to Hakeem. He's the one who made that move famous amongst the coaching ranks, who kept watching it on film time after time.
Here's Jordan. And Del Negro had it knocked away. Last touch by Jordan. Setting the Spurs, Del Negro and Ellis in the backcourt. Now Ellis will sit down. He's replaced by the rookie Lloyd Daniels. So Daniels hears it from the crowd. Reed is up front along with Larry Smith. Del Negro facing some pressure. Daniels being guarded by Trent Tucker. Here's Reed. Yes. Well, J.R. Reed off the bench to hit 3 out of 5 for 6 quick points.
J.R. Reed is one of those players that you put in a special rule. You tell the rest of the players, understand that when you pass it to J.R., you pass it with the intent that he is going to shoot it, because when he gets on a roll, it's not coming out of there very often.
And Reed is called for the foul. 13-point margin, biggest lead of the game. 9:47 remaining. Second quarter. Timeout has been taken. Reminder, next Sunday, prior to the telecast of the Super Bowl here on NBC, Fleetwood Mac and Glenn Fry will be part of a 2.5-hour spectacular pregame show. So they are contemporary artists, I wanted to point out. A show featuring the biggest name in music and sports. It all begins next Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. In addition, the former Dallas Cowboy, Mike Ditka, and the one-time Buffalo Bill, O.J. Simpson, will square off in a battle of video X's and O's, determining their own Super Bowl champion. That's next week. On the subject of football, Lamar Hunt, owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, on hand. He is a minority owner of the Chicago Bulls, so he's checking out his other ball club.
We mentioned earlier the conditioning factor, one of the C's with John Lucas. Next was the confidence factor. He took Dale Ellis and said, you are going to be my starter. Ellis had been splitting time with Lloyd Daniels early in the season. Ellis' confidence level was down, was not performing very well. Lloyd Daniels, on the other hand, he was told, you're going to have to earn your minutes, rookie. His minutes have been cut way back as a result of the change from Tarkanian to John Lucas.
And San Antonio handles the pressure well. Daniels not able to hit. Is that what he said? You're going to have to earn your minutes, rookie?
Exactly.
That's what he said, huh? Rookie. 11-point San Antonio lead. Here's Grant. And the rookie, Daniels, with the rebound. Lloyd Daniels' story, well known, drug involvement almost ending his career before it started. Jerry Tarkanian had recruited him out of the schoolyards of Brooklyn from Nevada, Las Vegas, gave him a shot with the Spurs, played well in training camp, made the club. Smith's pass deflected, picked off. Here's Jordan. And Jordan goes to the left hand. 14 for Jordan, the Spurs 36. And the Bulls 27. Jordan with the steal. It's a 3-on-2. Tucker backs to three-point territory and fires one off glass. Well, Trent will gun again. Consecutive three-pointers going astray by Trent Tucker, one of the better three-point shooters in the league. Here's Del Negro. Vinny Del Negro played in Italy last year, MVP of the Italian League, averaging 26 points a game. And a couple of years with Sacramento, back in the NBA with San Antonio. He's given the Spurs an 11-point lead.
And Del Negro has started 29 games this season for the San Antonio Spurs, now coming off the bench, doing his job. Real nice job in the role of a backup.
B.J. Armstrong converting on his first field goal. B.J. coming off a good one on Friday night in the losing effort at home against Charlotte. 5 out of 9 and 18 points in all. 38-29, San Antonio. Reed putting the move on. J.R. Reed with a wild shot. Tucker, Armstrong, and Jordan in a three-guard setup for Chicago. Jordan being guarded by Elliott, as he has right throughout. Armstrong for three, and Reed with the box out. Here's Reed. Spurs lead 40-29. J.R. Reed has 8 points.
It's nice when you can take out your first unit, bring a guy in off the bench that can get you points down low primarily, but then step away as Reed has. Big plus for the team.
Well, Trent Tucker now 0 of 3 from downtown, and the Bulls have hit only 1 out of 7 from three-point land. 40-29 Spurs on top. consistent season. They've had their troubles, although they do have the fourth best record in the NBA. That's best record.
Get that out with you.
Yes. We asked Phil Jackson why the ups and downs.
As a coaching staff, we expected the season not to be anything like last year. What we didn't expect was we expected there are some teams that we've always won. The games against 500 and below teams, we usually win those games. I think we've had a tremendous record against losing teams. Against winning teams, those are pot shots. But we have been expected to win some games. This year, we don't expect to win any games right now.
Great basketball teams always have the ability to bury the teams that are below 500. They know those are games they're supposed to win, that they have to win. If they want to gain the small advantages like home court throughout the playoffs, they're just not taking care of it as well as they used to. Now, there's some reasons for that. A lot of those teams have improved since the previous season.
Also, Mike, you have to wonder about the motivation of a club that has won the championship 2 straight years. A couple of basketball seasons that went on and on. Plus, 3 years ago, they certainly went far in terms of the playoffs and in the situation with Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan playing in the Tournament of Americas in Portland and also the Olympics in Barcelona. That extended their season, not able to get away from the game at all. And the Spurs have hit 7 of the last 9, and they lead now 42 to 29. But I think it's only natural that it's difficult to get as sky high as they were winning it the first time, winning it the second time.
Well, in speaking to Michael Jordan prior to the game, his feeling was, he said, can't wait for the regular season to end, the 82 games, and get to the playoffs. He said it's a long regular season, particularly this year.
Jordan now has 16. San Antonio 42, Chicago 31. Dale Ellis has returned. He has 11 points. David Robinson is back at 8 points in the first quarter, and Robinson draws the foul. Scott Williams is called for his second. John Lucas now has Robinson up front, along with Reed and Daniels, Ellis, and Del Negro in the backcourt. So here is David Robinson, the captain of the Spurs. Last year receiving the nod as the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. Trent Tucker sitting down. Scottie Pippen is back. David Robinson last season, #1 in blocked shots, #5 in steals. The first player ever in the top 5 in blocks and steals in the same season. That is an amazing accomplishment.
You wouldn't think that a player 7 feet 1 inch, 7'2" would be able to lead in steals. Incredible accomplishment.
Armstrong gets the roll, and the Spurs lead by 11.
Trapping defense by Chicago, trying to generate a little offense.
And Williams with the rejection.
The trap this time comes a little bit later. They want San Antonio to make moves to the basket, hoping that Williams can block, or they can come up with some steals, deflections, and generate a little more easy offense. Only 33 points right now for Chicago with just over 5 minutes remaining in the half.
Shot clock at 4. Ellis for Reed. Out of 1. Just did get it off. With a loose ball foul on Robinson. That's his first.
There are no easy rebounds in this basketball game. Both teams contesting every rebound. That time coming over the back, David Robinson called with the arm. There's been a lot of contact. That one very easily could have been let go. That's how the crowd felt with its reaction.
Avery Johnson is back, replacing Vinny Del Negro. Avery Johnson had 6 assists in the first quarter. And the turnover gives it back to the Spurs.
That was a key right there. The guard was overplayed. Michael Jordan is telling Scott Williams, you're supposed to flash to the high post. As a release, he never flashed. The ball wound up being passed to Phil Jackson on the bench.
Chicago now 37% shooting, 13 for 35. So the Spurs have an 11-point lead. Elliott fouled. Armstrong came over to help out.
A moment ago, the play we were talking about, if the guard overplays his man, then this man is supposed to flash and run a backdoor play. What happens? No flash. The ball is passed to the bench instead. Michael Jordan letting his teammate know you are supposed to relieve the pressure by flashing up to the corner of the foul line area.
4.5 remaining in this first half. Here's Elliott. He'll go to the line. Sean Elliott looking very mobile despite the back problems. B.J. Armstrong announced as the man who committed the foul and was very upset because it was called on Stacey King. That would have been 3 on Armstrong. So it is King called for the foul and Elliott to the line. Sean Elliott has been a very steady player, has shown much improvement each of his first 3 years. This season averaging just under 19 points per game.
One of the things that John Lucas said is, if it were not for the type of people on this basketball team, he may not have taken the job when it was offered to him. He just felt with David Robinson's and Sean Elliott's, they were such quality people that it made it a little bit easier to come in and try and take this thing over.
J.R. Reed hearing it from the crowd. He sits down. Antoine Carr is back. There is Michael Jordan, who departs with 16 points. Spurs lead 46-33. Scott Williams gone by Antoine Carr. Here's Stacey King. Nice move.
I like that move by Phil Jackson. Get the ball to Stacey King. He's a low post scorer. You put pressure on David Robinson. Robinson has controlled the court at both ends, offensively and defensively. Put some fouls on him. Put him on the bench.
Now Robinson going at Williams. David Robinson with a beautiful fadeaway jumper. He has 12, and San Antonio leads by 13. It matches their biggest lead of the game. Spurs going for their 9th straight win, trying to establish a franchise record. Pippen, he's been off, and here comes Johnson. Elliott's pass picked off. The deflection by Grant, the interception by Armstrong. Now Pippen with the jump hook. Grant with the save, and back comes Ellis. Scottie Pippen is now 1 for 7, only 2 points. They double up on Robinson, who shoveled it out to Johnson.
You had a bad matchup that time. Stacey King was guarding Avery Johnson, so when the ball went into the low post, he felt his best move was to go back and double team. No one rotated to Johnson.
It is a 15-point San Antonio lead, and Phil Jackson calls for time. John Lucas with some unorthodox coaching techniques. We saw one just a moment ago during the timeout.
No, he hasn't been banished from the huddle, but John at times prefers to stay removed, especially when the team is playing well. He assigns someone on the team, Avery Johnson, Sean Elliott, David Robinson, to be in charge of that particular timeout. He says when it gets close, okay, or when they're not playing well, then he'll step in and say what he has to, but he calls it part ownership in the team by the players, by giving them that responsibility.
Very democratic approach by the new coach, John Lucas. Since taking over from Jerry Tarkanian, Spurs have won 8 straight under Lucas, 13 of 15. And they lead the Chicago Bulls by the score of 50-35, with just under 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Jordan backing Johnson. Nice pass for Grant. Yes, and it counts. And Horace Grant will go to the line.
Michael Jordan trying to help Scott Williams out once again, get him in the right spot on the floor, so it helps Michael in making his decisions. Who's going to be spotted up, who's going to be under the basket. That time Grant took the box. Williams took the corner for the jump shot option.
Sean Elliott called for the foul. Horace Grant, 58% shooter last year, 3rd best in the NBA, but his shooting, like all of his teammates, has been off. And it's called against the Spurs.
You talked about Grant's field goal percentage coming down. You must remember that he is the point on their press. The point man after steals many times is the guy who gets the easy score on the fast break layups. This time the offensive foul was called. or the foul called rather on Antoine Carr for sticking out his shoulder, just moving a little bit into the path of the defender.
That's 3 on Carr, sits down, Reed is back. 13-point Spur lead. Jordan with a stutter step. Rebound Daniels. And he pops it down to Elliott. It'll be Chicago ball, but first let's go over to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Marv. I'm here with Terry Cummings. Terry, you're out this year with an injured knee. How's your rehab coming?
It's coming along pretty good. I'm having a lot of fun, believe it or not.
What is your take on this turnaround here in San Antonio?
I think that with Luke here, you have somebody who fits right in the middle. You had Larry Brown, who was on the high end. You have Tark, who's on the low end. And you have Lucas right in the middle, and I think he fits in real well with the chemistry here.
All right, how soon before you return to join this fun?
You know, if the team is in the playoffs and I'm feeling real good and confident, I think I'll be able to come and help the team out some. If not, I'll just wait till next year.
All right, thanks, Terry. All right, Marv, back to you.
Thank you about Terry Cummings, sidelined by the knee injury. Crowd booing that foul that was called on J.R. Reed, putting Horace Brent on the line, and he's able to complete a 3-point play, and the Bulls have knocked it down to a 10-point San Antonio lead.
Remember, John Lucas mentioned to us yesterday that when things are going well, they call me Luke. He said when they're not going real well, they call me Coach.
Yes. Here's Elliott, and it's an offensive foul. Sean Elliott, who made the point earlier that he's not able to effectively put the stuffs down because of the back problem, was called for a charge.
And the play here by the crowd is that Pippen is too far underneath the rim, that it should have been no call or a block. That time, the offensive foul call.
And here's a rare one. Michael Jordan was called for traveling. So the ball back to the Spurs. A minute and 50 to go in the first half. San Antonio with a 10-point lead. Robinson, stopped by Jordan, got him from behind with the rejection.
Well, we have to make note that this team on the floor for Chicago is a very big team as Scottie Pippen leads the fast break. Whether you want to call Jordan the point guard or Scottie Pippen the point guard, it's an unusual combination of front line of Grant, Williams, and Stacey King for Chicago, a backcourt of Pippen and Jordan.
5-3, 7 straight points by the Bulls. Scott Williams is down. He's hurt. Slow to get up. Bulls going 4 on 5 right here. Michael Jordan waits for Scott Williams to hobble down court, and a 22nd timeout is called by Chicago.
Scott Williams, as he came down from going after the rebound, landed and turned that right ankle. Phil Jackson wanted illegal defense, but there was no man up. Williams turns the box out, and right there catches the ankle and goes down.
And a technical foul has been called on Phil Jackson. He argues the point, and he's hit with the tee.
Well, what happened was, as Scott Williams was laying on the ground, David Robinson, the man who was supposed to be guarding him, basically was playing no one at the other end of the floor. Phil Jackson was saying that, hey, he's got to play somebody or double team the ball, but that's not necessarily true. If your man does not cross over the half-court line, you're allowed to play space, meaning no one at all, because there's nobody there really for you to guard.
Scott Williams has had knee problems, missed 9 games earlier this season, tendonitis in the right knee. Apparently he's going to try to hang in. And now Dale Ellis will shoot the technical. He's only a 71% free throw shooter.
Going back to a moment ago, Scott Williams is still in the backcourt, but here is David Robinson all by himself playing no one, playing the lane area, and that's what Phil Jackson was complaining about, that he's got to go play someone, double team the basketball, do something. Just don't leave him in the middle of the lane. He's too big and too good.
9-point San Antonio lead. Scottie Pippen. Rebounded by J.R. Reed with just under 1 minute left in the first half. Elliott wide open. Yes. Sean Elliott from Lloyd Daniels. Elliott has 8. Spurs lead by 11.
You probably would get a pretty good argument, but this Spurs team could be as deep as any roster in the NBA. A number of different combinations that John Lucas can put on the floor.
King going at Robinson. To the fadeaway. Jordan rebounds and hits. Michael Jordan has 18. And Chicago is within 9. Half-minute left in this first half. Elliott now played by Grant. Shot clock at 10. Robinson. David Robinson lost Scott Williams.
The tough decision to front a post man with his quickness and size. He catches it and lays it up before the weak side defender can come over. You got to play behind him on top side.
Final seconds of the half. Jordan rejected. Here comes Daniels for Ellis. Did he get it off in time? No. Will not count. And the crowd here at the Hemisphere responds to the play of the red-hot San Antonio Spurs. They've won 8 in a row. They've won 14 of 16, and at halftime, they lead the defending NBA champions, the Chicago Bulls, by 11. 14 for Robinson, 18 for Jordan. San Antonio.
Welcome to our Prudential halftime report, where the San Antonio Spurs lead the Chicago Bulls 55-44. I am Hannah Storm along with Quinn Buckner. Some interesting numbers, Quinn, in the first half. Fast break points as John Lucas's Spurs came out running. 17-6 for Chicago as far as shooting. The Spurs shooting 57% from the floor. The Bulls only 39%. In particular, Scottie Pippen having problems. He's only 1 for 8. Jordan 7 for 16. What do you make of the first half?
Well, it's fairly typical of what San Antonio has been doing. They've been running up and down the court, and I think that's what John Lucas wanted them to do, because David Robinson is not a center who wants to stand there and be pushed. So he needed somebody like Avery Johnson to come in the game, somebody that can push the ball up the court, and that's what they've really been able to get. Avery Johnson's done a terrific job for them. He already has 6 assists in this game, and he and Lucas played together in Seattle during the 88-89 season. I think he really knows what John expects of him at the point. Well, I think that's definitely the case. They did play together, and that helps them for one part. It also helped with Dale Ellis. The Bulls, on the other hand, are having some miscommunications problems. One of the problems they have is when they get out and get in this, you'll see right here, Scottie Williams is supposed to come right to this spot. Watch Michael Jordan throw it out of bounds. Scottie Williams has only been back a week, and Michael Jordan is telling him, you've got to get to the foul line. That's how they run that triple post. That's a problem when you don't communicate, particularly this is the first part of their road trip. That's right, and if they start off this road trip, which lasts for 17 days and goes 8 games, if they started off with a loss, that does not bode well for them. It doesn't, because you don't get a lot of time to practice. That's the problem, so you don't get a chance to work out of those kinks. But as I said, the important thing for San Antonio is to keep pushing the ball up the court, because you got a team out on the road. You always want to try to keep that tempo up. San Antonio has been able to do that, and that's why they have this lead. All right, Quinn. Now coming up, the story of a player who was not wanted in San Antonio, but now is treasured by the Portland Trail Blazers. Rod Strickland's story when the Prudential Halftime Report continues. We're at halftime with the San Antonio Spurs leading the world champion Bulls 55-44 at Hemisphere Arena. Game 2 of our doubleheader features a rematch of last season's Western Conference final between the Utah Jazz and the Portland Trail Blazers. Now, after winning back-to-back Pacific Division titles, the Blazers find themselves in a tight race with Seattle and Phoenix. One of the surprises in Portland's lineup this season has been Rod Strickland. He was a controversial free agent signing last summer, as Strickland's on- and off-court problems scared some other teams away. But if the past is indeed a prologue to the future, Rod Strickland has learned his lessons well. Quinn has the story.
This is a veteran team, a lot of guys who've been around, so it's a whole different atmosphere. I mean, totally different from San Antonio and New York.
A new team, a new Rod Strickland, or is it? Has Rod Strickland finally broken free from his troubled past in New York and San Antonio?
He could not believe he was coming out. He was not happy. He just kicks the towel and walks off the court.
It started in New York. Upset with his backup role, Rod delivered an ultimatum and soon got his wish.
Not a happy camper.
Rodney, come here.
Dealt to San Antonio, Strickland would soon be having his problems with Larry Brown and others.
Bam! Forearm into the face by Strickland.
I've used bad judgment before. There's no question about that. I mean, you know, the things, you know, I've had incidents that I regret having.
On the court, Rod Strickland's most memorable mistake was the no-look pass that probably cost the Spurs a trip to the Western Conference Finals.
Over-the-head pass at this kind of a game at this time, really unbelievable.
I'm well aware that I've made mistakes, and, you know, I've paid for them, and that's all you can do.
But it was Strickland's off-the-court problems that really hurt his reputation.
Well, have you learned from your misjudgments of the past?
Oh, no question. It's just about learning that, hey, you can't do this. You're an athlete. You know, you can't put yourself in certain positions, certain situations. And I've done that. I've learned that, and I've moved on.
Up the middle, big right goal, left backhand reverse slam.
Signed by Portland this season as a free agent, Strickland is shredding defenses and also shedding his label as a problem player.
I'm trying to lose the old image, you know, and the perception that everyone has of me, because I don't think it's a true evaluation of who I am or what I'm about.
Rod's enjoying his new role these days, jump-starting the team off the bench, leading them in assists while averaging double figures.
And it's Drexler getting the pass from Strickland.
He just makes everybody else better on the team. He just creates for everybody else, and he's a great passer, and I think everybody benefits by him being on the floor.
Like Cliff Robinson, whose scoring average is up dramatically over previous seasons.
Probably one of the best guards in the league at getting into the lane and finding open people.
I think if Portland didn't have Rod Strickland right now, it wouldn't be the same Portland.
And it doesn't seem to be the same Rod Strickland either.
I'm just looking forward to coming to Portland, showing people that listen. Watch the guy play basketball. If you like him, say yeah. If you don't, then tell him. But evaluate me on my basketball skills and my talent, and we should just go ahead and just watch me play ball.
Well, San Antonio just let this guy walk, much to the chagrin of Jerry Tarkanian, which eventually helped to cost him his job. But what about Rod? Because he went from a younger team to an older, more mature squad with the Blazers. Did that have an effect on him as far as off-the-court demeanor?
Well, I think it had a very positive effect on him. I think what Rod, and as I talked to him, what's clear, he started to make the transition, if you will, while he was in San Antonio. He knew he made mistakes, so he tried to make that transition. Now he's with people like Buck Williams, Clyde Drexler. These guys that are established in the league, have family lives, very settled down, and that has a profound effect on this young man. Now, whether or not he's changed for good, we don't know, but he seems in conversation to be a much better person than he was 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, Rod Strickland certainly helped carry them while Clyde Drexler was injured. And what does he provide this team at the point that Terry Porter does not?
Well, you know, he provides them, oddly enough, stability at the point guard, if you will, because one of the things he does is he can penetrate, and he forces the guys down low, Buck Williams and Duckworth. They don't have to dribble the ball when Rod Strickland's playing, because he'll go in, give them the ball, all they got to do is finish up, and that's big, because you don't want those guys putting it on the floor.
So it would seem that for the future, at least, the Portland Trailblazers would like to have Rod Strickland starting at point, and perhaps Terry Porter playing out his career at the two-guard?
Terry Porter is a natural two-guard, is the best place for him.
Okay, great. Well, a reminder, next Sunday is a big day here on NBC. Super Sunday starts at noon Eastern with NBA Showtime, followed by the Lakers and the Celtics in Boston Garden. And then a special edition on NBA Inside Stuff, a look back at the remarkable career of Celtic legend Larry Bird. At 3:30 Eastern, the year's biggest day in sports continues with Super Bowl Live. Bob Costas and his NFL Live crew will have reports, features, information, and you can bet plenty of entertainment as they set the game between the Buffalo Bills and the Dallas Cowboys. Dick Enberg and Bob Trumpy will have the call of Super Bowl 27. It's all next Sunday here on NBC. And we will return with second half action. San Antonio leading Chicago by 11 points. Right after these messages and a word from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential.
Of 55-44, Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad, as we check out the Miller Genuine Draft halftime statistics. Scottie Pippen has struggled with 1 of 8, only 2 points in the first half, and the Bulls 18 of 46, only 39%.
Someone else needs to step up for Chicago. You would think it was going to be Scottie Pippen. Michael Jordan has taken 16 shots, the rest of the team 30, so Jordan taking more than half the shots.
Al Ellis has had the hot hand for San Antonio. Look at the fast break points. Spurs with 17 and the Bulls with 6. San Antonio with an 11-point lead as we head to the third quarter. San Antonio with the 55-44 lead on Chicago. The Spurs have won 8 straight, trying to make it a franchise record 9 in a row, and this is how the streak has progressed. Average margin of victory 13 points. So they have not only been beating clubs, but they have been beating them soundly.
Not to take anything away from the streak, 6 of those wins have been against below 500 teams. Only Utah and Portland, what we call an elite team. But hey, that's the way it goes. You need those breaks. You need the schedule in your favor to make things work.
And the schedule does get tougher starting today against Chicago. San Antonio off until Wednesday, and they play at Seattle. Here's Elliott with the shot clock running down. Paxson for 3. Pulls way off from downtown. San Antonio in Seattle on Wednesday. Friday night they play at Phoenix. Next Saturday back home for Sacramento. And Rush says it will be Chicago ball.
One of the things I like to do with David Robinson, San Antonio trails him, they swing the ball to him, and he's so quick he puts it on the floor against most big people and goes by him off the dribble.
Pippen rejected. David Robinson with the block. Here's Avery Johnson. Scottie Pippen is now 1 for 9. Grant, offensive foul as Carr hit the deck.
Well, he's already got 3 block shots in the first half. You give the Pippen the ball against most guys, you think he's going to get that shot off, but not against David Robinson. At the other end of the floor, Carr holds his ground. Grant tries to go through him. He's not allowed to do that. Offensive foul.
Horace Grant called for his first. Minute and a half gone by in the third. Here's Carr. Yes. Antoine Carr hits on his 3rd field goal. He has 6. Antoine Carr played 5.5 seasons for you with the Hawks in Atlanta.
He is a tremendously skilled big man. A guy with the size that he has and the bulk that he has can put it on the floor, shoot the ball, score, and really block shots.
How's his weight look to you now? I know the problem in Atlanta. Jordan has 20.
The one area that has suffered with Antoine has been his rebounding. He's not a consistent rebounder, and it's because he tends to add weight. He doesn't get the 2nd and 3rd jump in there. When he controls his weight, he's got just about everything he needs to be an outstanding player in this league.
Nice pass, Ellis, able to hit.
That's that little play they've set up for Dale Ellis. It's a triple screen along the baseline. They run him back and forth. That time on the back cut, he gets the layup.
13-point San Antonio lead. Michael Jordan. 22 for Jordan. He's 9 for 19. 59-48 for the Spurs.
The philosophy is very easy to see. Back off Michael when he catches it. Make him make jump shots. Don't let him put it on the floor and create off the dribble.
Here's Carr. Carr being played now by Cartwright. Jordan around Johnson and goes to the pull-up. Carr felt he was taken down by Grant. Johnson and Ellis in the backcourt. Elliott, Robinson, Carr up front. Crowd wanted a foul. And a timeout taken by Jordan. He was out of position, about to go out of bounds, and wisely called for the 20.
Antoine Carr does a good job on this particular play of jumping with Grant. He feels there was a little push off that time, and Grant may have come over his back. The official felt both players were just jumping for the ball. Carr takes a look at the official, and through his facial expressions, gets his message across.
Acquisition of Carr, good deal for San Antonio. They got him from Sacramento for Dwayne Shinsis. Antoine Carr has provided an emotional spark off the bench. The man who organized the Canine Club last year, honoring the scrappy play of the San Antonio Spurs, calls himself the Big Dog. He's the captain of the club.
And John Lucas and the team have had some fun with Antoine and his nickname of Big Dog.
Sure they did. Although Antoine these days in the starting lineup. Alley-oop. Oh, it deflected in. It went high off the backboard.
San Antonio players are up complaining that it should not have counted. Pippen grabbed the rim. The attempted lob pass pulled it down. The ball actually went through as the rim was down, trying to recover.
Scottie will take it and go to the second field goal. Here's Jordan in the open floor, putting moves on Johnson, met by Elliott, and hits. Mark Michael Jordan first beat Avery Johnson and then Sean Elliott.
Sometimes Michael gets that look in his eyes and you can tell that he's totally into the game, ready to take it over himself or trying to energize the rest of the players on the team. He's got that look right now.
The lead is now 7. Spurs have led all the way. They've led by as many as 15. Robinson. Beautiful move across the lane and then banking it home. David Robinson has 16. San Antonio leads 61-52. Jordan for 3. Grant able to get to it. And here's Michael again, pushing it off and lost it. Ellis for 3.
Also, it's a pretty nice job. He just kind of hangs around behind the three-point line, waits for somebody to throw it to him, and then he gets a shot off.
And he's hit 6 of 12 for 14. Horace Grant. Bulls continue to struggle. Cartwright with his second field goal, and Chicago is only down by 7 when you consider, if you're watching this game and you did not see the score, you'd think that San Antonio up by 20.
But because they are down and have been down in the game, you see Chicago playing at the offensive end in a different manner, not executing that precision offense that they have that takes passes and cuts, a little more solo action taking place. Illegal defense spotted that time.
And the Spurs have called for a timeout with 6:56 remaining in the third.
Let's go back a moment ago when a little help that time. Pippen pulling the rim down and then the ball kicking off the square, but it still counts as 2. Michael on the fast break almost loses control but finds a handle, a little fake, and the score by Michael Jordan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Donahue at the game.
Not Phil Donahue.
Oh, Bob Bass, Vice President of Basketball Operations for the San Antonio Spurs. Actually, Bob caused a brief but excited commotion when he left the hotel for the team bus recently. People screaming, "It's Donahue, it's Donahue, get his autograph." Bass momentarily mistaken for the talk show host, Phil Donahue. Slight resemblance there.
Bob Bass has been head coach of this team on 4 or 5 different occasions. Every time that they release a head coach during the course of a season, Bob Bass takes over for the remainder of the season.
And that's the case last season following the departure of Larry Brown. Bill Cartwright called for the foul.
And a pretty good job, though, of restructuring the roster, bringing in a lot of new players, new faces, and still maintaining now an excellent winning percentage here.
Bob Bass going back to the ABA days of this franchise. That's the first free throw miss of the day by the Spurs. They had hit their first 6. San Antonio with a 62-54 lead, and here's pressure by the Spurs.
Something that John Lucas told us they've been fooling around with. He feels with Robinson and Carr as shot blockers, he can press a little more, extend the defense, and get some quick scores by running back on people after turnovers.
Shot clock at 5. Michael Jordan with 26 points, and the Spur lead is down to 6.
Well, he didn't get any block shots with the defense that time, John Lucas, but what he did get is Chicago having to create and not run the plays. The shot clock was down. The problem was it was Michael Jordan that wound up with the basketball.
Elliott. And a holding foul charged to Pippen. That is the first. From time to time, there is discussion involving the Chicago Bulls offense as you take a look at the move by Elliott on Pippen. And the question asked, is Michael Jordan taking too many shots? We've seen that over the course of his career. But in this case, nobody else is doing anything. I think if Jordan were not taking the responsibility, this would be a blowout.
And part of the reason that he's taking the extra shots is because he knows that other guys are not performing as well as they had in past seasons. He's such a great competitor. He wants to win. The team wants to win. He's trying to take it upon himself, and it's using up a lot of energy because at the same time, at the other end, he's got to defend the best guard on the other team.
Well, Grant with the putback, fouled by Reed, and he will go to the line.
Chicago now starting to get some points the easy way. Second shot opportunities will give you some extra points. At halftime, Chicago had 6 offensive rebounds. Every time you get an offensive board, get another shot opportunity and a chance to score. That's what they need, some other ways of scoring rather than just a set offense.
Horace Grant is the second leading scorer for the Bulls today. He has only 9 points. Scottie Pippen has been invisible to this point. 2 of 10 from the field, has not been able to get going. Here's Reed. What a move by J.R. Reed. 10 for Reed. Spurs lead 64-58.
But when the ball goes into Reed, it's like a light should go off and tell the defense, hey, nobody else is going to shoot it. This guy's going up with it.
Grant got the roll. San Antonio by 4. We come up on 5 minutes remaining in the third. Nice pick and roll. Robinson is fouled. David Robinson will go to the line.
Let's go back a moment ago to J.R. Reed. When he was playing in Charlotte, he was the center. He was the 5-man, and problems he created was that he's a small center. He has the quickness and ability to go around the bigger player like a Bill Cartwright. Excellent spin move that time for the score.
David Robinson, 2 for 2 from the line, a 75% free throw shooter. Dave Jackson discussing the rules of the game with Ed Rush. Earlier, Phil was hit with a technical foul, 6-point. San Antonio lead. They've led by as many as 15, and they have led all the way. Marv Albert with the czar of the telespreader, Mike Fratello, along with Ahmad Rashad from San Antonio. Pippen able to sweep it. Finds Jordan. Yes, and it counts, and Jordan will go to the line.
Whereas normally it's Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen scoring the points, Grant has replaced Pippen with the scoring, and now Pippen replaces Grant with a lot of the dirty work, getting on the glass, making something good happen after the second shot. Jordan, given a second shot opportunity, is going to convert most times.
David Robinson committing the foul, his second 3-point play for Jordan. He has 29. He has brought the Bulls within 3. Michael Jordan with 29 points. The rest of the Bulls accounting for 34. Elliott with a hand in his face. Rebound, Jordan. Paxson spots up for 3. Jordan. Pippen for Grant. And back come the Spurs. Here's Ellis. Michael Jordan all over the court.
He's rebounding. He's leading the fast break. That last time down, he was waiting for Paxson to trail the entire time, trying to get him that 3-point shot set up. When they don't convert, which should have been a short dunk for a layup because of the fumble, Jordan still goes back and gets the defensive rebound.
Jordan with the step, and he's fouled. Here's Lloyd Daniels checking back in. Sean Elliott called for his 4th. Dale Ellis will sit down. Ellis with 14. He's cooled off after the fast start.
Normally, Chicago would go to a press right now. We'll see if they go into it on this free throw attempt.
Let's go over to Ahmad.
All right, Marv, you guys have been talking about Michael Jordan is all over the place. After that last drive, he looked at a fan and said, "Yay, I can take this guy all day." Marv?
Well, he has been taking the ball to the hoop all day. He now has 31 points along with 9 rebounds, and the Bulls are within 1.
Chicago does not put the press on, and probably Phil Jackson felt there were too many up and down exchanges. He's concerned about the fatigue factor, and this is the beginning of a very long road trip.
Daniels for 3. Back comes Pippen. Bulls with a chance to take the lead for the first time. Jordan, played by Daniels, gets to Pippen. That's the stuff, but he was fouled.
David Robinson could not get out from underneath the rim that time to block Pippen's attempt. Pippen was airborne, was on his way to throwing it down. Robinson comes over late, but too far under the rim to really get a chance to block the shot. Robinson still covers so much ground, leaves his man, Cartwright, to come over and at least stop the dunk attempt by Scottie Pippen.
The game is tied at 66. The Bulls have outscored the Spurs 22-11 here in the third quarter.
Scottie Pippen's talking to himself right now, disappointed that he's only 2 for 10 from the floor, wants to help contribute to the team. Some days you don't contribute by scoring, you do it with defense, rebounding, and distributing the ball.
San Antonio and Chicago tied at 66, just under 3 minutes to go in the third. Here's Robinson to the fadeaway. San Antonio leads by 2. Robinson has 20. Elliott back on Jordan. Michael asking for the screen, got it from Cartwright, and then slices through, trying to give it up. Daniels hit on a reach-in, called on Jordan.
Michael was trying to get the pass over to Bill Cartwright, who had set the screen, but the long arms of David Robinson got in there and deflected the pass. Looks like a double team. The deflection by Robinson, which leads to the fast break by San Antonio.
9-year-old John Lucas, he was the #1 pick in the entire NBA draft by the Houston Rockets back in '76, played 14 years in the NBA. Now, coach of the San Antonio Spurs. We asked him how has his life changed since becoming coach of the Spurs.
I can't sleep. The toughest part of this coaching deal is I can't sleep. You know, I wake up at 3 o'clock in the night now, and I'm running plays. And I got this little Scrabble pad at the side of my bed, and I'm running plays. And I'm losing my hair, and I can't sleep. I'm always trying to figure out what the outcome of the game is. So I keep going to my meetings, and I talk about acceptance or whatever happens. But the toughest deal of this coaching is you can't sleep.
Well, not only is he losing a little hair, but losing his voice on the sidelines there. John Lucas, who's turned this thing around for San Antonio.
John Lucas, an alcohol and drug abuser much of his adult life. The first NBA player to admit to a cocaine problem after 2 relapses, retired back in 1990, and then went on to found the John Lucas Aftercare Treatment and Recovery Center in Houston, a progressive program that has helped a number of recovering addicts, one of the most successful and respected such programs in the world. Here's Robinson. And the Spurs now lead 70-66, 2 minutes remaining in the third.
And John mentioned to us yesterday that when he's in town, he still goes back 2 days a week to Houston and visits the rehab center to keep his hands on.
Scottie Pippen with a rare successful field goal. He is third. He's 3 of 11. Has 7 points. San Antonio by 2. Grant battling for position with Robinson is charged with the foul.
And with Michael Jordan sitting down, that basket could not have come at a better time for the Chicago Bulls. Jordan has carried the bulk of the scoring and shots during this game. Pippen had struggled, needed a big one. He got it right there. Big basket for not only the Bulls, but Scottie Pippen.
13 of his 31 points have come here in the third quarter. Chicago has killed San Antonio off the boards here in the third. Sean Elliott will get a rest. Elliott with 9 points, and he has been the man guarding Michael Jordan. David Wood, 3-year player from Nevada, Reno, has checked in for the first time, replacing Elliott. 72-68. San Antonio. Trent Tucker, who just checked in, handled against Lloyd Daniels. So Tucker and Armstrong now in the backcourt. Pippen, Grant, and Cartwright up front. Here's Pippen trying to throw down low. Picked off, though, and backed up the Spurs. Reed, guarded by Cartwright. And Armstrong gets to it, and then kicks it out of bounds. Couldn't hold on.
Well, BJ got up so high on that rebound, he looked down all of a sudden and said, wait a minute, I don't usually get up this high. Couldn't hold on to it as he got a little scared looking down, Mark.
We come up on a minute remaining in the third. Avery Johnson Johnson with the move on B.J. Armstrong. Johnson. Daniels on the recovery. So Daniels goes glass for his first field goal and extends to a 6-point Spur lead. 45 seconds remaining in the third. Wood fell down to try to draw the foul. Tucker 0 for 3 from three-point range. Had a motion, goes to two-point land and hits. So Trent Tucker with his first field goal, the Spurs 74 and the Bulls 70.
And that was a very unusual spot for Trent Tucker. He's not used to creating shots for himself off the dribble. He had to do it that time with the shot clock down under 5 seconds.
Johnson, what a fake. With a ball fake as he swept in. San Antonio leads by 6. We're down to 10 seconds in the quarter. Pippen draws the foul. Scottie Pippen to the line.
Johnson looks like he's going to drop it off right, looks away, but yet still maintains the concentration and the follow through to convert the shot on the layup attempt.
Foul called on David Wood. And Scottie Pippen shooting only 65% from the line this season. He is 2 of 3 today. Scott Williams back, replacing Bill Cartwright. Scottie Pippen still has not fully recovered from the tendonitis in his right ankle. That's the same injury that bothered him against the Knicks in the playoffs last season. But he says he just has to play through it, and it has been a concern throughout this year.
John Lucas just substituted and put Dale Ellis back in the game. He has 2 3-point shooters now on the floor. Ellis and Lloyd Daniels look for dribble penetration, the kick out to one of the 3-point shooters. Nothing would set this crowd off more than a 3-pointer right at the buzzer.
Off the pressure, Pippen poked it away. Time running down. Here on the third. Pippen sets up Williams, lost the grip. Did not get the good shot off. That won't count. Scott Williams lost the handle momentarily, and it cost him. So after 3, here in San Antonio, the Spurs lead the Bulls 76-72. Down, they were able to tie the game, but as we head to the 4th, the Spurs lead 76-72. Michael Jordan, who had 13 of his 31 in the third quarter, is back on the floor. It is Chicago ball as we resume.
We talk about a point-a-minute guy at times. Jordan in 32 minutes, not only 31 points, but 27 field goal attempts, almost a shot a minute for Michael Jordan.
And now Jordan off a double team, lost it to a fellow Tar Heel, J.R. Reed. Ellis played by Pippen. Johnson, Daniels, Ellis, and a 3-guard setup along with Reed and Robinson. Shot clock at 6. Williams jumped out for the steal. Here's Armstrong going all the way. He tried to elude Robinson, and it altered the shot.
David Robinson made some recovery defensively to change that shot.
Daniels, he's hit a couple of big buckets, his second field goal. Spurs lead 78-72.
And there's the 4-point swing in the game. 2 Chicago didn't get, 2 the Spurs did get.
Pippen with the rebound. Pippen trying to back tap. Here comes Lloyd Daniels. 3-on-2, delivers to Dale Ellis. Daniels off the drive. Trying to hit Ellis. And back come the Bulls. Armstrong with a pull-up. Spurs 78, the Bulls 74.
BJ said a little better decision. I'll pull up from 15 so David stays near the rim and doesn't bother me on my shot.
Spurs have had the hot hand. They've hit 5 out of the last 6 shots. Minute and a half gone by in the 4th. Now Williams guarding Reed and commits the foul.
Let's go back to a couple of plays now that have taken place. The first one, it looks like a sure layup opportunity, but David Robinson hustling from behind, doesn't get the flick, but changes it just enough and breaks BJ's concentration so that the next time BJ sees him there, it says, I'm stopping out here and knock this one down.
Foul on Scott Williams, his third. Ellis tried to lose Pippen off the screen, could not. Robinson, he thought he was fouled. Grant open. It's a 2-point San Antonio lead.
And you can see Scottie Pippen hugging, I mean right up against Dale Ellis. Every time he catches the basketball, Pippen knows he's got a quick release. He's not giving him a chance to look at the rim. He's right on that right side, taking away the shooting hand.
Daniels came off the screen. Oh, he's on fire. That's his third field goal. San Antonio leads by 4. Armstrong on a quick release. B.J. Armstrong has hit his last 2. Spurs 80. The Bulls 78. Good finish here at the Hemisphere Arena, San Antonio. Capacity crowd, better than 16,000 on hand. Johnson, oh, what a shot. He had to escape to his left to avoid the block. 82-78. The Spurs on top. Armstrong having trouble with Johnson and lost it.
Here's one of the things that Avery Johnson adds to this team, the defensive pressure on the basketball, something Vinny Del Negro did not give them.
Today's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Moment takes us back to 1982. The Iceman, George Gervin, averaged over 32 points for the season, captured his 4th NBA scoring crown. Gervin finished his career averaging over 26 points a game. Only Wilt Chamberlain with 7 and Michael Jordan with 6 have won more scoring titles. In recognition of this great moment, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. George Gervin now an assistant coach under John Lucas, man who scored over 20,000 points in his NBA and ABA career, leading the league, as we mentioned, in scoring 4 times. Spent some time with the Chicago Bulls back in the mid-'80s.
One of the faces in that tape, John Lucas was seen throwing the lob pass, Mike Dunleavy and Larry Smith. During this past timeout, Chicago must have liked what they saw at the other end, the Lucas timeouts with no coach, so Michael Jordan taking over this one, passing on a little instruction to his teammates.
8:49 remaining of the game. Spurs have led all the way. They have a 82-78 lead. Robinson is up front now with Reed, Daniels, Johnson, and Ellis also on the floor. Reed backing Williams with the head fake. Daniels with the tip. The rookie Lloyd Daniels, who has not received as much playing time under John Lucas as he did when Jerry Tarkanian was here, has come off the bench and has played well. Spurs by 6. Daniels has hit his last 4 shot attempts. That give and go broken up, but a foul is called.
Lloyd Daniels was told he would have to earn his minutes, not just be given to him. He has handled it very well, accepted it, comes out and works early with the coaches before the game.
You can see the difference in terms of playing time and point average. Lloyd Daniels called for that foul. Pippen. Rebound Williams. Oh, he blew a putback. Here's Avery Johnson putting the speed on. Bulls get down in a hurry, but the Spurs were able to retreat. Made the transition. 86-78 San Antonio. Rejected by Reed.
When you have big people like Antoine Carr, David Robinson, and J.R. Reed that will run hard, take the middle lane on the fast break, you're going to wind up with a lot of easy scores. But let's give Avery Johnson credit for pushing the basketball.
Pippen trying to go baseline. It was closed by Daniels. Shot clock at 2. Williams. Rebounded by Reed. Here's Daniels. Daniels passing on the shot, given the room, and it's rebounded by Jordan. Spur lead. And Jordan took a hit.
I had mentioned a few moments ago about Lloyd Daniels coming out prior to the game, working with the coaches. One of the big things they do with him is try to talk through game situations with him. There's no question that his skill level is very high. He has an excellent touch. He can really pass the basketball. But because he did not have the background experience, the college years, just entered the league fresh this season, there's so much they feel they have to catch up with him and understanding time, shot selection, what this game is all about.
San Antonio foul called on Reed. Out of 7 minutes remaining of the game. Jordan. Rebound Reed. The Spurs back to their high energy type play that we saw in the first half. Bulls took over in the third quarter. Ellis for 3. Chicago has missed its last 4 shots. Pippen with the spin. Trying to dish it off. A steal by Williams. What a play. And he puts it back home. Scott Williams with the steal. Took it out of the hands of J.R. Reed.
Well, David Robinson wasn't there to change or block the shot, but Antoine Carr was, and that was the result of, that's the reason why the first one was missed. Pippen sees Carr coming across, tries to drop it off, but the hands of Scott Williams get it back, the pump fake, and the conversion.
6:20 remaining in the fourth. The San Antonio lead is now 6. Find next Sunday before the Super Bowl telecast. We'll be taking you behind the scenes for the making of the Michael Jackson halftime extravaganza. Inside look at how this show came together, plus Garth Brooks' world premiere video. It's all before the big game next Sunday. Also next Sunday, as part of our extensive coverage, Magic Johnson will be sitting down with the 3 young stars of the Dallas Cowboys, and they'll discuss what it's like getting to the championship game at such a young age. A little Texas influence to that Super Bowl prediction. Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Emmett Smith sharing their views and feelings in a talk with Magic, a guy who knows himself what it's like to win a championship while still a very young man. That's next Sunday before the Super Bowl, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and then Dick Enberg and Bob Trumpy will bring it to you. Michael Jordan off the steal, cuts it to a 4-point lead.
I was just about to say that John Lucas showed a lot of confidence by leaving J.R. Reed in the game rather than bring back David Robinson during that last time out, and the result, a turnover by J.R. Reed. Michael Jordan steals and off to the races with the dunk.
David Robinson walking over to the scorer's table. He will come on in a moment. Johnson given the open shot. Rebound, Jordan. 11 rebounds for Michael, along with his 33 points. Make it 35 points. And the Spur lead is only 2.
There's another factor by David Robinson being on the sideline. You take it to the basket, you don't have the same fear of David Robinson coming from nowhere to block the shot.
Now Reed posting up. Armstrong over to help. Johnson finds the open Ellis. Spurs 88. The Bulls 84 as we approach 5 minutes remaining of the game. Dale Ellis with 16 points. Pippen has not had the touch. Goes to the drive. Rebounded by King. Oh, Stacey King with a power move. Brings the Bulls within 2.
I like the substitution by Phil Jackson of bringing Stacey King into the game. He's got a little more mobility, able to run the floor better than Bill Cartwright, and gives him that low post scoring they need.
Reed was fouled, and Robinson has to remain at the scorer's table because Reed's going to the line.
We go back to a few moments ago. Michael Jordan shoots the gap, gets in the passing lane, makes the steal and the conversion.
Jerry Reed at the line for 2 shots.
Then Jordan, knowing that Robinson is out of the game and Carr is to his right where he can see him the entire time, takes it to the basket, does not worry about the block shot. And as you mentioned, the big concern, Robinson was supposed to report in for J.R. Reed, the guy who got fouled, so John Lucas can't get him in.
One other game going this afternoon of the NBA, their fourth quarter, and the Bullets leading the Los Angeles Lakers 83-76 at the Capitol Center in Landover. This is the first part of an NBA doubleheader. Will be followed by Portland and Utah at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. That's coming up after the Bulls and the Spurs. Michael Jordan, 37 points. And the San Antonio lead is 2 with 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining of the game.
That's not the play they wanted to run, Chicago. They were trying to get Michael Jordan posted down in the low block. The play broke down. They got a little bit scrambled up as to what was going to happen, so Jordan just stepped out to the top of the circle. They gave him the ball. He created it.
It's tipped home by Carr. Antoine Carr leading in for the tip.
That's the second time that Chicago has failed to box out, and it's cost them. Lloyd Daniels before, Antoine Carr that time.
Bulls with the ball trailing by 4. 3.5 left in the game. Pippen got the step. It counts and the foul. Ed Rush with the call, giving Scottie Pippen the continuation, which is not appreciated by the Spurs.
First, the follow-up by Carr. The long bounce, the good timing that time. Scott Williams never jumps or gets his arms up, so Carr gets a good look. Then at this end, the concentration by Scottie Pippen converts and will go to the free throw line.
Complete the three-point play. 92-90 Spurs. Elliott is hit.
Well, you notice that the Spurs have no fear. When a game gets close like this, a team might start to slow it down, try to execute, be so concerned about what they run. But not San Antonio. They push it right back at Chicago and try and get a quick score opportunity.
Foul on Jordan. That is his third. Phil Jackson in a discussion with Scott Williams. Sean Elliott, 3 out of 4, make it 3 out of 5 from the line. Elliott, a 77% free throw shooter. Today, the start of a 9-game road trip for the Bulls. They will not return home until February the 12th when they play the New York Knicks. A grueling trip that continues Tuesday in Dallas, Thursday at Houston, on to the West Coast. The Bulls trailing here by 3. Jordan for Grant. Rebound Pippen. Armstrong for 3. And Robinson rebound. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the game. The Bulls 1 for 11 from three-point range. Usually a strong point for Chicago. Elliott from deep. Yes. Sean Elliott extends to a 5-point San Antonio lead. And the Bulls want to talk it over. San Antonio is rocking. 82nd straight sellout here in San Antonio, and they have loved the way the Spurs have turned things around. They have won 8 in a row, trying to make it 9 straight, which would be a franchise record. They have a 5-point lead on Chicago with 2:33 left in the fourth.
And with little help from our friend Ahmad over near the Spurs huddle, he said that John Lucas was emphasizing to his team, give him only 1 shot and watch out for the backdoor lob pass to either Scottie Pippen or Michael Jordan.
Elliott got picked off. Jordan lost his balance. Passed on the three and goes for the stuff. He was faced with David Robinson outside, and he put a move on Robinson to cut it down to a three-point San Antonio lead. 39 for Jordan. Off the steal. Pippen putting a move on Avery Johnson. It's a 1-point Spur lead. And there's pressure by Chicago. Elliott looking for help, and then says, I'll take it myself. And there's a knocked away by Pippen. Here's Armstrong. Foul. Oh, he went down hard. Avery Johnson committing the foul on B.J. Armstrong.
Well, there was no intent to hurt that time by Avery Johnson. He's as fine a young man as you're going to find. He just had control of the basketball. B.J. was airborne going to the basket. Ball there, a little bit too much of the arm that time. Avery Johnson was not trying to hurt anyone. The officials are going to call it a flagrant foul, however, because of the body, the contact hitting the ground. They're going to award 2 shots. They are not. They're bringing the Chicago players back in. It looked like Chicago had walked away as if it was going to be a flagrant. They say no. Good call by the official. There was no intent that time.
Armstrong with his first appearance at the line. He's an excellent free-throw shooter, 84%. The game is tied at 95. Chicago with an opportunity to take the lead for the first time. 1 minute and 49 remaining in the fourth quarter. The Bulls lead by 1. 96-95. San Antonio with an 8-game win streak on the line. And they have taken a timeout. We'll be back in a moment.
He's a very mild-mannered man, just taking in a basketball game on a Sunday afternoon. But then there's the other side of John Lucas, letting any run